Alrighty. Welcome in tonight, everybody. Thanks for the celebrate, Soph. We're back to Ace Attorney today. Hello, everybody. Last we left off, thanks for the celebrate as well, Chai. Hello. Last we left off, we were heading back into investigating because Professor Hairbrain relinquished his right to withhold or something, this something act that protected. I can't remember what it was. We were making fun of the acronym. No, I remember that.
They only said it like
I
87,000 times.
know. You know, there's just some things that happen so often that I just blot out of my memory. Traumatic
Yeah.
experiences, you know, you just blot out of your memory. Last we left off, we were starting the investigation phase again. So let's go sleuthing. I just slaved to the slot. I slaved to the slot. Oh god. It's gonna be a great night, guys.
Off to a good start.
Yeah, off to a great start. We're gonna have a great night, guys. I'm definitely going to be able to speak well tonight. Don't worry about it. It's you know those pre-stream. It's not even pre-stream. Early stream jitters. There we go. Can't speak. 23rd October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to say so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. Which is to say, I didn't want to clean up. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father alright, Susie? What happened?
My father?
Yes, Professor Mikatova. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. Very mysterious.
Very mysterious?
That's right. So I was surprised that I'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy.
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it is all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back. This just moves right fucking past that.
Right? Yeah, it just... no big deal. Ah, it's just good to see you, Susato. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Sciences Symposium.
Or the IFS. International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh?
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Haha, I played the role of your cousin and defended my friend in court. Yes, of course. I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. Even though I apparently missed the rest of it. About you-know-who.
Oh,
About Uzuma.
see, this is why he doesn't remember anything else. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Let's talk. I guess we'll wait for Cosmo to be last. We go in order. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh, yes.
Remember the one that got you, you know, the equivalent of disbarred?
The murder of Giselle Brett. No, the one that she
Oh, yeah.
defended him.
Right. I guess we'll wait for Cosmo last, so true. The best for last.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
Amazing goo.
Amazing goo!
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. I don't know, McGilbert is pretty small.
He was pretty small.
There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato.
Also, remember that Russian ballerina that dressed up as a revolutionist. We could make it work.
Yeah?
We could make it work for Iris.
Not the real reason why Professor Mikitopa summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. The P stands for bitch. It's the bitching collar. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets.
Oh, Susie.
That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. There's a pretty big secret we're keeping from her, though.
Don't worry about it.
Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan. My father and Judge Jigoku— oh god, I forgot his name was Judge Jigoku. Remember correctly, I believe Jigoku means, like, Japanese hell.
Oh.
It's like the name for Japanese hell. And Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikitoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency. His Excellency? His Excellency. Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Maruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. A terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. You're just get like, sorry, I blot out any harsh memories I have that include Cosmo in it. It hurts too much.
Yes, I tried to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway. As Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but... well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. Seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
I thought he already was the Attorney General.
I thought he was too, but I guess he's not the, like, head honcho.
Huh. What's the Attorney General's office look like?
Right?
Professor Mikitoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Sue still would have taken notes the entire time.
She would have, and then she would give us the TLDR. So good like that.
Giselle Brett. Bretta. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Don't mumble that too loud.
Don't say that. Rita's game, remember, you don't say this in your head most of the time.
Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. It turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. She wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's so easy to have to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman been up to?
Obviously
That
not great things.
Attraction.
Yes, Miss... What if her name's Asa? Or Asa?
I feel like it was something like that. 'Cause I think
Asa-shin.
we spoiled it.
I think we might have spoiled... I think we might have spoiled ourselves. I feel like this is familiar. Oh, right, because we looked her up after that first trial to trying to find, like, what,
The
Giselle...
pun in her name?
The pun in her name? Yeah. Giselle Buretto.
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. All the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
Seems to happen a lot around here.
All thanks to me, Many Memo!
Gosh damn it.
I'm afraid so.
Ah, Shin. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere?
What?
Don't remember?
Was that one of the names on the
the Morse code, not gramophone. I can't remember what the other names were. I remember Cosmo, or not Cosmo, but Asugi. Asugi was on there. Was Ace Shin one of them?
I thought Cosmo was on it, but I could be wrong.
Yes, yeah. Well, okay, I don't know about it. It was Cosmo specifically. I think it might have been either just Asogi, which is his last name, or Kei Asogi. So we can assume it's Kazuma, but I don't know if it is Kazuma. But I remember Asogi on it, so we assume Kazuma, because I remember being like, whenever we saw that, I was like, oh shit, man. Me. I was like, oh man, his name's being mentioned here again. And then I feel like maybe Shin was one of the ones on there. I'm trying to remember what the other two names were. I can't remember though. It's been a little bit. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship.
Oh.
That he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladed at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Could have been?
Well, it turns out his body never arrived. It just
What?
disappeared.
Sorry. What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Dun dun dun!
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Of course he did, you idiot. Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? How do you not have that, like, all the time?
I know I have that all the time.
Yeah. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? He's a zombie? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
Bears, you say?
No, not the bears.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? He definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, It would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. He wouldn't do that.
He would never do
Tell
that.
lies on the internet?
Nah.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes.
Unless you don't know secret ulterior motives.
Whoa!
Oh. That Sholmes is a squirrely one.
That Sholmes is the portal.
Idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. So it turns out not to be true. I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all.
I know, Susato.
Oh, I probably shouldn't push it now.
I appreciate Susato and all that she does for us. You know, honestly, I think she might be my favorite, like, sidekick character we've had so far. I like how she has a bit of fun to her, but she's also very, like, straight-laced. Maya could be a little chaotic sometimes. Thanks for talking with us. Oops.
Maya's just Arya.
Maya's just Arya. Gets distracted, and I sure hope Arya's not a kleptomaniac.
She
Sure.
steals everyone's
Heart. Yup. Do we have to examine? We can't move. We finished talking. We did. Wow! Look at this!
About this paper, Miss Susato.
Yes, it's all about the Great Exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Except you guys gotta work during it.
Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Sykes, as well.
Yes, we should definitely invite Lord Van Sykes.
Lord Van Sykes with cotton candy in hand.
Holding a colorful balloon and cotton candy with mouse ears on his head.
Pardon me for contemplating this hollowed cotton. Your luck might not stretch that far.
Wanna talk about Dead Guy?
Miss Susato, do you see this? I don't think she cares.
You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really.
I was expecting to talk about the case, but that's fine. Andrew. I think that's what his name was.
Yes.
Talk to Iris? Hello?
It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh.
Tell you about your dead dad.
Oh god.
I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What?
My Baskerville story! Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. My father came in and...
Usato, what are you doing?
I'm looking, Father.
I'm reading!
Oh, Father.
You look at those papers.
No,
You know women aren't allowed to read in Japan.
He would be the last person to say that. He of all person would be the last person to say that, considering he was very much so like, go daughter, help this young lad who is not an attorney because you were so smart.
Also, didn't he sneak her, or like help sneak her into court?
Yes, he did. He helped sneak her into court. And he was the one that came up with the whatever Ryutaro Naruhodo, that's the alias he came up with, and he's like, you're Ryunosuke's cousin from the country.
Yeah.
So if anything, he would be the last person on earth to say that.
no, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
Why are you being so cryptic, Father?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
Because everybody's in cahoots and we're the only ones that don't know.
I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would have never guessed. That was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain. He refused to answer any of my questions. There was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Oh, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Also, your dad's dead.
Goes back to that goes back to that blank shell-shocked face.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So you're fairly abreast of the situation already, Miss Usto. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest.
I'm entirely up to speed. I will be useful.
You're a booby of the situation.
Mr. Naruhodo, now's not the time to come up with weird slang. Have to be professional here. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Trevor. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect the extraordinary trick. Hi, Asfar! Thanks for the celebrate. Welcome in.
Yes, conjurer sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree, we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police. Or a great detective.
That was literally their assignment. We were supposed to go investigate, and the other team was supposed to go find Trevor.
Yeah.
No, we have to find Trevor. Somebody's on it, buddy. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? Do you really need to? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you got on, won't you?
She has to go down and get some herbs.
Oh my god, not Iris. Don't do this to Iris.
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. It's tea.
It's tea.
Iris is like, I'm going down to the herb market to get Hurley's favorite. I don't know why he likes it so much, but he says that I must get this every time.
Is that why it looks like a zombie half the time?
Maybe, I don't know.
Found a bad batch.
You know, maybe it is just tea and he's trying to smoke his tea.
Why isn't this bloody working?
And that's why he looks so despairful sometimes, because he's not getting what he thinks he's getting. I paid good money for this. Okay. Oops. Don't need to what do.
What do?
What do?
We have to go arrest a man who's already arrested.
We can't go to his office? How rude.
He learned his lesson and locked the
You
fucking
lock the
door.
door, yeah! No, I'm not dealing with these pain in the asses again. Had enough of them coming in and harassing me about my office, poking all my things, interrupting my conversation with my... What do you call him? His understudy, his... Pupil?
Apprentice?
Apprentice, there we go. Apprentice. I don't know who this man is, but he's my apprentice. You know, I wonder if he really doesn't know who this guy is. Okay.
Wouldn't surprise me, because he seems like he's about as in the loop as we are.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either, especially if someone that he trusted was like, here, take this person. But I couldn't see him being like, oh, I'm just gonna take this guy under my wing without knowing who this person is and just doing it.
Hold this child. I mean, if like Strongheart came by and said, hey, look out for this guy, you'd be like,
Yes.
yeah, alright.
Yeah, I could see that. But I can't see Van Zyke just being like, oh, I found this guy in the street. He's going to be my apprentice now. Who is he? No fucking clue. But he's my apprentice now.
Especially given that people are trying to kill him.
Yes. Indeed.
I want to say Strongheart was involved, if I remember right.
I feel like it was... At the very least, it would make sense if it's not something that we've encountered. But that feels right. We go down here first. Who is he? Well, that's none of my business. Why would I ask? I know. Who is the man under the cave? I have no clue. 23rd October. Shums is sweet. Don't laugh at me so.
Just your delivery on that and the clue.
I wouldn't know who's under the cloak, okay? I wouldn't know who's under the cloak. That laugh was so good, though.
The internet didn't spoil me. I don't know what you're talking about, chat.
And no clue who's under that cloak. I really want to meet this mystery man, okay? I just want to really meet this mystery man. Who would be Van Zyke's apprentice? I'm so curious. I'll have to go back and listen to that later, because, like, granted, like, I was, what's the word? I was hamming it up, of course, just for stream, right? But I I did not intend for the laugh to come out that way, so I have no clue how it actually came out.
I mean, I tried to imitate it and I couldn't.
What timestamp is that?
I still had a goofy laugh, but it wasn't quite what you did.
About 40 after. I'll have to go look at that later. 40 after. Yeah, I was so pissed off because I got internet spoiled on the second trial. I went to go look for a gift, simply putting in very specific words, so I wouldn't pull up anything that could potentially be a spoiler. To get a gift, post on Twitter for the going live stream, oh my gosh, the going live tweet, and I got spoiled. I was just like, are you kidding me? And then shortly after that, I got another spoiler that I think is going to happen in the next chapter of this game. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you?
I can't believe the cloaked figure is Von Karma.
Oh my god. Von Karma ancestor. I know, I've been holding on to this since, when did we start? November? I think it was somewhere in November we started this game. I've been holding on since like the end of November, early December. I've had this and I've been sitting on this and I haven't been able to say a single word about any of this stuff. Like, I must play it off. This is in the far future. I know this is in the far fucking future. I'm like, we got a long way to go before I can talk about this. I'm like, shit, man.
The weird thing is, I think we both knew about it, but we're both like, but what if it's not the same thing?
I know, but what's not, because I think...
What if we just double spoil each other?
Right, we just double spoil each other. And so I think, like, Soph and I didn't come to the conclusion that each other knew the same thing, I think, until maybe, what, a month ago? Something like that?
Probably thereabout. Maybe a little bit longer than that.
Because I think we were talking during one of the like ad breaks. We were talking about I was saying something along the lines like, oh man, the spoiler. I really want to know the spoiler. Like I want to see it come up. And so you started talking about something like that too, and we're like, let's use the vaguest words to describe what we might be talking about, to where the other person might understand exactly what we're talking about. But.
I was bummed that he was dead because he was he was a good character.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's an Ace Attorney game, and your mentor, spoilers, dies in the second game.
Yes. I wasn't surprised, but I was definitely upset.
Yeah.
We were tiptoeing around that hardcore. We didn't want to spoil each other. And it's one of the reasons why I've kept my mouth shut this whole time and just playing it off. Like anytime like something might be vaguely mentioned and like not feigning interest because I have interest in it, but just like playing it off, right? Just because I'm like, Soph's not spoiled. I'm like, I can't ruin this for Soph and anyone who's watching.
It was probably like an Imgur post or something I stumbled across. I was like, hey, by the way, here's this. I'm like, oh! Hey, thanks, internet.
Perfect! Meteor Archivist Jesus? No. That is incorrect. What? I don't know what that's specifically in response to, but please, I'm not Archivist Jesus. I do my best to archive things, but I am far from anything that's resounding. But yeah, I've been sitting on this since like early December late. She died to protect us from spoilers. Oh gosh. But yeah, I didn't want to ruin it for you guys, because like anybody that's like, you know, hanging out and keeping up with the story and stuff like that, like I think it's fun to be able, you know, unless, what's the word? It's one thing to talk about stuff that we've gone through on stream, it's another thing to talk about things outside of it. And since we do Ace Attorney all together, like Soph and I have been doing this for what? Over a year now?
Yeah.
On the third case, she rose again, I swear. Easter Thursday.
Yep.
She dies on Monday and rises on Thursday. So
I mean, with work week, that's kind of accurate.
yeah, it's kind of accurate to be honest. But Soph and I have been doing Ace Attorney for about a year now, to be honest. Why did I get a shout out? I was just giving a shout out. Are we about to be rated? I don't know. Ultima just gave me a shout out and it popped up in my activity feed, but I don't know, man.
Oh, I didn't know. You might just be shouting you out.
True, could just be shouting me out. That is true. Nietzsche and her 12 streams, Soph will betray her one day. I sure hope not.
I don't have the energy to betray people.
Yeah. I don't have the energy to play those games. Yeah, Soph and I have been doing Ace Attorney together. Like, we started the original trilogy over a year ago, so I feel like this channel is very, like... Ace Attorney is very well ingrained with this channel. So, if we haven't streamed it, then I'm probably not going to talk about much, you know, of what I may or may not know. And I feel like that's a disservice, too, because if people have been, you know, watching for a long time and keeping up with the streams with us, then it's like we learn together and we experience everything together, and I think that's super great, you know? Hello! Surprise? Hello, hello! Thanks for the raid, Ultimo. How's it going?
Honkin'.
From stars to trials, so we're docking from space to crack cases with you. Astounding. You're playing Star Rail? I thought you said you weren't going to play Star Rail anymore. I hope you had a good Star Rail stream. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Soph and I are here doing our weekly Ace Attorney stream tonight. We paused a second here for me to have, you know, my moment of pontification, so... Star Rail, time for Star Trials. People wanted you to play it again, so I picked it up again. Alright, alright. I hope you're enjoying it, though. I picked it up, well, not that I necessarily dropped it, but I started picking it up a little by little, what's the word? Little by little in my own time, and I'm definitely enjoying it a lot more when I'm not playing it on stream. I'm able to soak in the world and all that good stuff. But yeah, I'm still behind on this story. I don't have much of my free time that I'm willing to get everything set up and play a little bit of it, so I've only gotten a small way into Penacony. But yes, welcome in everybody.
And so, like the start of the Lafu, or whatever it's called?
Oh, the Chinese one? The Xianzhou Laofu or something like that?
Something like that.
Something like that, you know. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Just a real quick introduction for anyone who may not know me. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I'm a digital archivist, meaning I'm here to make shiny memories with you all. And like I said, tonight it is Soph and I here. We're doing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and going through it. We just stopped here a second to talk about, not specifically spoilers, but the concept of spoilers. Also, thank you for the follows, Cereza. Cereza? I sure hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome to the memory database. I hope you enjoy your time here. And die for our spoilers. I do my best to not, you know, let undue spoilers come upon us. Especially with Ace Attorney. It's such an ingrained series for this channel, so I like to try to keep things, if it hasn't been streamed, then we don't talk about it. Okay, I'm famous, so I shall be looking sorry. No, please go eat. Please go eat.
Pasta time.
Pasta time! I would much rather you go eat than be in my stream. Eating is incredibly important. almost, or no, more important than sleep. But sleep is also incredibly important, so please take care. If anybody needs to take a break, get some food, go to the restroom, you know, all that good stuff, go to sleep even, please do so. But if you wish to stay and hang out... Oh.
Alright, good night.
Alright, good night, so talk to you later. Your EP? Yes, if you are EP, please get some sleep. It is very important. It's very important to me to make sure that you all are taken care of. But yeah, so if you guys are gonna hang out though, you know, whether in chat or just lurking, I appreciate you guys for staying or dropping by even just with the raid. And we're going to continue forward here. I don't think we have a Mr. Shams. No. Not even.
He's off being a wax museum man.
Yes. Wax museum man. Can we? We can go to Madame Tespel's. We can go find him. Oh, I might have.
See what happened with this.
I might have to pull out my really bad French accent again. 23rd October. Oh, baguette. 23rd October, Madame Tespel's.
Oh my. No wonder it's called a House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heel and go straight home. By the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that.
Same hat. I would love to go buy the confectionery. Bye bye, need sleep, have fun.
Good sleep.
Have great sleep. Thank you for stopping by and thank you again for the follow, Cereza. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I hope to see you around next time. Bye-bye.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Shams anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well. Suppose we'll just have to come back again later.
Alright, I guess we come back later. Aren't we supposed to go find him though? To the scene of the crime! 23rd October. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Chris Tower. Look at that dog!
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. That is fair.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Gosh, how do I get back? I got a tune with the what? What? There you are. I had a feeling you lot share your bugs before long. Oh, wrong one.
It's always a Soph character.
Wrong. Always the wrong one.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual.
There wasn't enough apostrophes, it couldn't have been Jenny.
Yeah. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. A few hours ago.
In court.
What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, a gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. A true gentleman. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
He's not a true
Since
gentleman.
the judge told us to.
He can't be a true gentleman, he doesn't do puzzles.
He leaves puzzles left unsolved.
He leaves puzzles left unsolved! No true gentleman would do that!
True. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. I almost accidentally called her Gina. I did not hear most of that.
Oh no! You just see me.
Hope you weren't drinking anything.
Oh, poor Gina.
He seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina! She's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
No. Really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. How suspicious.
Hmm.
Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see you. See how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Say that 3 times fast. It'll be right up my alley.
The PPP?
But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. I don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted.
Hmm. Suspicious.
You don't normally just get transferred to entirely other countries.
Unless it's like an embassy or something, but even still, like an entirely different country's police force, suspicious.
Apparently, London to Paris is almost 300 miles.
Hmm.
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? What? You're taking Gina to Paris? This doesn't match with what you were saying. I thought she was going to be your
I know, replaced it here.
Well, I can't leave here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
Oh, okay, before we get on this, we are hitting the top of our stream hour here, so it's time for us to take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you will hang tight here real quick, we will be right back after a few ads and continue as we delve deeper into the story on this. So, hold it. No, we gotta take ad break. No holds it. I'll be right back. I'm ready. Give me a second to move here. Oh, I almost dodged it. I almost dodged it. I was this close to dodging it. Oh goodness. I had to reset myself. Thanks for the welcome back. I stepped away and everything went to crap with the tracking, so we had to restart. Thanks. I see your Trinity badge. Okay, let's continue to talk about the Reaper.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
Gregson just like, Gina, we're going somewhere. Gina's like, alright, where are we going? Just get in the car. Where are we going? We're getting on a boat now. Why are we getting on a boat? We're going on an adventure? Where are we going? Gets to Paris. Alright, we're gonna be stationed in Paris forever now. What?
Now he has an infinity baguette.
An infinity baguette?
Yeah.
I can't see it. He'd still have his fish and chips. And all the French people would look at him in disgust.
As French people do.
As French people do.
No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least.
Oi! What you just bloomin'? Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrange's in charge here now.
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. What's that about Paris? So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh,
It's almost Tomo.
It's almost Tomo, yeah?
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely.
Oh my gosh. The dog's name's Toby and Gregson's first name is Tobias.
Yeah. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest.
Let's talk, Gina.
Gina. About Paris.
Mr. Naruhodo! What about Paris?
Gets flipped. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah yes, Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh? It's like I told Loda yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special...
The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Or the SDCIA? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again?
the forensic something.
The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
But isn't it the case that the special suspension has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. It's just supposed to get permission for some bigwig or other, so as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something?
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps?
That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something.
So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Even though the judge told us to go do that.
Yep. It's great. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying if I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, no, this made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sitting off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber?
That's the one, yeah.
Well, the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be. On account of the fact that the judge informed me that they would be.
Nope. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He said it's giving him gut ache.
Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
No.
Never. He's never had gut ache before. It's obviously this prisoner. Nothing else.
So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they had any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got two eyes that don't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The devil's got it.
Sorry? Who?
You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plonk.
Lord Van Zykes.
He's always had it in for me, that cove. Know what he's always scowling about, mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
You'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective trainee? The way I see it, it's choices between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-dogging demigod. You're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought about it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the odds dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all.
Toby!
Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Olo!
slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Bone fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
Is he the Hound of the Baskerville?
Yes.
I've heard that they've already been used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have such a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens.
Yunosuke, this is not the moment to be competing with a dog.
I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. You look so disappointed.
How did I know that that was going to be the next line? That's nothing compared to this little fellow, though.
You know, this scene is a personality test. Because there's two different ways it could go.
Yes.
He's either talking about somebody else's undergarments, or he's rummaging through his own laundry, picks up a pair of underwear and goes, "Is this good enough for me to wear again?"
Yeah. Yes.
And depending on which one you thought of, says a lot about you.
Okay, to be fair, this one I actually did think his own laundry. My mind was not in the gutter for once.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of the... Oh my gosh. Once Toby has got a good whiff of your jaws, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean we just have to find Drebber's underwear?
Hmm.
He can swim?
Gosh dang it, Ryusuke.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin.
You should be used to that.
It's been 6 months.
I've had time to not be around this, so it's shocking.
Right, I'm not hanging out with my dad anymore.
Yeah, I'm not hanging around people that have logical tracks of thought.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, though, there's going to be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future.
Yes, I agree.
Right? One of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chunked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? The children and the animals.
Okay. So I guess we had to go to Strongheart's office? Unless... I don't know if there's really more new information here since the last time. The dogs are going to fight... I heard luxury. This is why he opted to let Iris adopt a cat.
There's somebody else.
There's someone new. 23rd October. British Supreme Court. Over Chief Justice Office. Michi sounded exasperated after that combo. It's one of my what's the word? One of my defining traits in previous friend groups from years ago, that I was always done TM, so it still carries over to this day.
About to say that's still a thing.
It is still a thing where
Previous friend group, nothing.
you know, honestly, like, I have my own sense of humor and stuff, and I'll, you know, like, yes and stuff, but if we're talking in regards to, like, comedy tropes, and, like, what's the word? Just, like, the archetypes and stuff, I would definitely be the straight man of a group, you know? I'm the one that brings logic and reason and is exasperated.
You know, it's funny you say that, because out of all the people I know, you might be the only straight one.
Right? It fits in more than one way.
Who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? Tall, white hair, potentially evil. Where's Arya?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Oh, they spotted us.
Have you been swimming, Ryunosuke?
No swimming, please.
All I can think of when I see this man.
Me too! Every single time! Been swimming, my boy?
Like, his demeanor is nothing the same. Just
No.
something about the way he dresses.
Well, I think
And, I guess, grooms.
I think his facial, like his eyes and parts of his hair are reminiscent. That he just, you know, they're different personalities, but they fill a similar role.
At the time, Lux, I did not know that it was a woman, so... This game likes to throw a lot of fucking male characters at you.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh. Interesting comparison.
It is a very unique comparison.
That's the conundrum, question mark, with our friend group, is that if we take all of us and put us in the same room and show any character at all, somebody's like, yes, absolutely.
We make up for there are three sides of the coin, and each side is overlapped perfectly. Any character thrown in the ring will be taken by someone.
That's just a Toblerone.
I guess we're just,
Three-sided coin.
yeah, you know, I guess our friend group is just a Toblerone. You, Ari, and I, we're a Toblerone.
Couple of cheap world peace. I don't know, with the people that Arya goes after.
Yeah, I'd be worried with the ones that Arya collects, to be honest.
Like, some of y'all got some problematic faves, but Arya's like problematic.
Like her, one of her archetypes that she goes for consistently is specifically problematic archetype. Yeah, it's a good thing they're fictional.
I stopped trying to send people help in that regard because it never sticks. Ah, young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. His voice is a little different every time.
It's fine.
And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh. You mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. They're playing Scrabble at a time like this?
a waste of your time.
Lord Van Sykes is in the Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Straight jacket. Like you in a straight jacket, or your faves are straight jacket material?
Yes.
Yes. Oh no. Oh dear. I know.
I need your hands. I need your hands free so you can heal during 14.
I don't know what advice to give on that, but good luck, Lux.
I think my greatest disadvantage in these situations is that I don't have like this overwhelming attraction towards fictional characters. So when people are like, send help, I'm like, I really don't know what to do with this information.
Yeah.
I don't relate.
To be honest, even for me, it was... I only started collecting characters, like, and like picking favorites and stuff like that, after I had my first boyfriend. Because before then, I didn't care. But after that, it was like, fictional characters can't leave me. They can't hurt me.
I do not want to trade brains.
You would have to share the brain cell if you did.
Real. No, I declared the other day that I'm not part of that rotation.
I know, exactly, so that's why you shouldn't trade brains. You would have to be in that rotation of sharing the brain cell, so...
Myths involved in that. And,
oh no.
I mean...
Too many cooks, not many brain cells.
There's a cog in the top left that just keeps bumping up and down. It really bothers me.
Oh yeah. I can't look at that now. That's gonna that's gonna bother me too. That's all like not as bad, but it is nearing the point of me like getting like anxiety and really stressed out with that hat guy with his hat almost falling off his head. That was like so stressful for me. Mr. Furs, I think his name was.
There's like 2 cogs in this entire display that make any fucking sense.
Yeah, I see. I'm gonna look at Swimming Man. I'm not going to pay attention to any of the cogs and think about it too hard, because that would I can't. The logic of my brain would be like, huh, why is that? And I can't think about that right now. That's not important. It's just gonna stress me out.
Yeah. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. So it hasn't happened yet. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time.
You know, that's also really suspicious.
It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Julia Trophy.
It is Julia.
Like
it is Julia. It is Julia Trophy.
That is a Julia fucking character.
It is. It is. It's like if Julia were like, it is a self-insert character in Julia's style for Ace Attorney.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
I had one line. God damn it.
They had to put her here, so it's like, who is this mysterious person? Because they've been doing that the entire fucking time.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Dodge.
Oh, that was Julia Trophy.
We just said it. Get to the program, Runosuke.
Right. I was confusing myself because Kate Sith is a Celtic creature.
Yeah.
And I was like, Is Sith pronounced funny, or was it the Kate part? I think it's just the Kate part. And I wasn't sure if this was the call to that.
Yeah.
That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case.
No, I was wondering if it might be pronounced Scythe, just because she's a coroner in the Grim Reaper. I don't know.
I think Kate Sith is spelled the same way, and I want to say it's pronounced Sith, but just to say, probably somebody, but they're not here. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. He is, in fact, dead.
Great to know.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Assman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. What? I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly.
Thanks, Strongheart.
You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
That's more than we usually
Unless you
do.
ask me about my 297 points, at which point I have all afternoon.
Ah.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Looking at her, and I don't think she has any sides on her outfit. She has a Caduceus staff on her tie, which is a medical thing.
You know, I totally, woo! Saw her design, it's like, oh yes, Julia Droppy. Definitely aesthetic. Not taking any more information than that.
There was the only, details that I saw were the Caduceus staff, and then there was, 3 different crosses on her.
Had that monochromatic look about her.
I think it might have been the coloring, but it kind of reminded me of Father.
Well, Father also has a staff. Not staff, a scythe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the
I was like,
maybe
no,
that's the
not
connection.
staff,
Not a
but-
staff, scythe, sorry. Wrong S weapon name. I don't know. I'll look at her again here in a minute.
What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before, and why couldn't they do anything previously? If they were the only guys who could look at the fucking site.
Right?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. I must say they are a good fit for the job.
I...
The acronym.
Oh, yes. I was saying, I am missing something here. I know it, and I'm going to search for it, and I can't find it. What is this a joke about?
A hallmark of a good joke is one you have to explain.
Obviously, we've gone over this so many times. You know, you've said the best joke there.
Goodness. A year ago.
What happened a year ago?
Hmm.
They just go in 6-month spans of shit happening.
You know how we have it's the rainy season and the muddy season and fall, autumn and stuff like that. They don't tell time by being oh, it's springtime. They're oh, it's homicide season. Medical staff on her tie, a few other metal decals, but no scythes from what I can see. Hmm.
Do you know what the staff of Caduceus is from?
Greek mythology, yeah.
Yep, it's Hermes' staff.
Hermes' staff. He is a god of medicine, right?
Among other things, yeah.
Yes,
The
he has so
Greek
many
gods were
titles.
gods, but like
He has so
8
many
things each,
titles.
at least.
But one of the I remember distinctly. I know a lot of them have like different titles and stuff. But I remember Hermes specifically having a lot, like the god of messengers, the god of travelers, the god of medicine. Like he had a lot of stuff. I remember that.
Was he? Sorry, I have to look up something.
Oh, you had to look up something.
Okay. He is also considered a psychopomp, which is a deity who guides souls of the deceased to the afterlife. So put that on his fucking resume.
Yeah. Trying to remember all the
That's
little
something I actually
tidbits.
learned because of Hades.
Hmm. See, a lot of my Greek mythology knowledge stems from Percy Jackson. And then I went and looked at the Greek myths themselves.
I was one of those kids in high school that studied Greek and Norse myth because I thought it was interesting.
Well, I already liked Greek myth from my schoolwork stuff. And that's how I ended up finding the Percy Jackson series. I absolutely fell in love with the Percy Jackson series. That's where I just ran from there.
Somebody popped in Arya's chat the other day and was like, hey, I saw this thing that said that if you studied Norse mythology when you were in high school, you were a loner. And like 3 people were just like, why'd you have to call us out?
Damn.
To which Arya explained that I'm not a loner, I have her.
Yes. Soph has friends.
All 3, 4 of me.
It's not a loner.
I don't like big circles, so it works.
It's okay. I don't either. Big circles are scary sometimes. Yeah, scary's not the right word. Tiring is the right word.
I'm soft spoken, so if I end up in a voice call of like 4 or more people, I'm just that's over.
I understand. I had to really teach myself to try to incorporate into larger groups. It was definitely hard for me to learn that. But I try to do my best now. Finding ideal moments to add a quip here or there.
There's a point earlier on when I knew both you and Arya where you would do collabs, so you'd be busy for the day, so I wouldn't get to hang out with you. Like, dang, I wish I was part of that. And then I watched collabs and I'm like, no, this is fine.
Yeah.
That is a cacophony. I do not want to be part of that.
There are a lot sometimes. As much as I
That's
like.
why, Goose Goose Duck and Among Us are good because you have
you can separate off.
proximity chat.
Yeah.
So you really don't hear them most of the time.
Yes, that makes it more manageable. But as much as I enjoy playing collabs like that, I don't know if I would ever host one myself. It's just it's a lot to like stream and also manage that, and then at the same time like host it and just keep it rolling, and it just seems like a lot of cat wrangling. I don't want that to be on my shoulders. I will participate in other people's cat wrangling, and I will be a good little cat. But I don't know if I want to be the cat wrangler themselves.
It depends on what you're playing and who else is there with you. Because like Crash is real gung ho about helping Arya with things like Town of Salem and Among Us. So if there's anything that she doesn't want to do, he'll be like, I'm on it. Follow me to the tech support channel and I'll help you out. And we're like, cool. And on that note.
And on that note.
And I'm just like a weird note to end on. Has to happen eventually.
Has to happen eventually. It doesn't matter to me.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of the Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. I brought a PowerPoint!
What?
I brought a PowerPoint.
Oh no.
Once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
Oh dear.
Are you the Reaper? What do you mean? For too long, the scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. That's the other reason he reminds us of Are You Swimming?
Mm-hmm.
Because he was like, alright, this shit's not working, I'm going to kill somebody.
Yeah. Yep.
The London scum is about to be rounded up and back to the fires of hell. Do you also have a Judge Hell?
A what?
A Judge Hell?
A Judge Hell? Like, yeah, do you also have a Judge Hell here? That would be great. I'd love to meet him. You know, maybe not. I don't want him to be the judge over our trial, to be honest.
No, probably not. I intend to see to it personally.
Oh, you will become Judge Hell.
By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, protect our honor and our future, and the doves that keep flying behind me. Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Those eyes that stare directly into your soul.
They're perfectly rectangular, and it's weirding me out. Dr. Sith and/or Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner.
Sith side.
You say it is Scythe?
No, I said Sith Scythe.
Oh.
Dr. Sith Scythe.
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 And I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard. She will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikitoba.
Maybe he's an artichoke more than an asparagus. Oh god.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Others will be on the high seas as we speak, on his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
I hope he doesn't die like the last guy that we sent to represent the Empire of Japan. Lord Jacob Strongheart and Julius.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikitoba, I mean. Yes, we will love it.
Oh my god. Sister, like, please don't tell me that. I don't want to think about that.
This whole game's a BL, get over it.
Sister, like, please don't.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikitoba very well.
This is why he doesn't want you to look at the Hound of Baskerville box. Sister, don't.
That color was his.
Oh my god. Oh no, not Professor Mikitoma.
So, voicing characters that do not have an official voice actor in general is a mixed bag because A, you don't have anything to guide you in terms of how the person's supposed to sound.
Yes.
But B, you can make him sound however the fuck you want.
Exactly. Soph has dropped a tactical Yowie nuke.
It was overdue. We're almost 2 hours in.
It was overdue. We touched
It's
on
weird that it hadn't happened sooner.
Right? Exactly. We talked about Cosmo like at the top of the stream, so like it's surprising that something hasn't happened sooner. Oh my
Granted, our
gosh.
male interactions have been
Yes, they have been lower. We've
What,
had
Gregson?
yes.
We haven't seen Lord Van Zykes.
He locked us out of
We
his
haven't-
office.
We haven't interacted with Sholmes.
Mm-mm.
So this is like the first opportunity that we had this stream to drop a Yoda bomb.
Don't worry, don't worry. You have so much we left to go.
Ari's missing out.
She really is. She needs to play this damn game so she can enjoy it with us. Take in my head.
Like, I think Chai explained to me once that Ari would still somehow find the yaoi in it.
Mm.
But I would like to think that I bring a certain je ne sais quoi to the
A
table.
certain je ne sais quoi. Indeed. Indeed you do. And like, obviously I will find the yaoi too. But it's still nice to it's nice to be taken off guard with something like where I say something and then you quip back with something else and it takes me completely off guard to the point where I'm cackling. Like
It goes back to the Toblerone,
yes,
is what it is.
the Toblerone.
Because we all find yaoi in different things, but they're different things. You need the others present in order to point out the BL to you.
Exactly. It's a good yaoi game.
But she
it's hard
doesn't
to
have
miss.
Sophic line delivery for that
Mhm.
yaoi.
No. She has to only have her own brain on that. It's a much more enlightening time to have others pointed out to.
Until she decides to stream it and drags me into it anyway.
There you go. Now, I'm kind of sad that she didn't start streaming Ace Attorney with us. You know? Because she did start at some point. And then
Yeah.
I think it would be real fun for all three of us to do something like this. Because I love doing... No, okay. I know she's not super big on reading stuff. But I love doing story-based stuff like this where we get to voice act and stuff. Because I just know it feels very personal whenever, like, you know, you choose the voices and you do all that kind of stuff. And then not only that, but like improving and bouncing off of each other is just so fun. Like the wrinkle in Strongheart's forehead looks like a clock hand. I guess, kind of. It looks more like just a plain arrow to me. It's telling you to look in his eyes down here.
Behold my nose. I used to sniff out crime.
Oh dear. Are you gonna join Scotland Yard to become their second dog? Police dog?
Yes.
Are you gonna be able to tell if underwear is dirty or clean across the world too?
Oh.
Hey, my cute little nosy wosy's right here.
Mikatoba, come over here and... Yep, yep. Same page.
Oh my god.
I think we broke Michi.
Oh my god.
Gotta get one.
Oh my gosh, I'm crying. Oh my gosh, you know, because I was preparing for something like that when I heard you say Mikatoba, and then saying Chai right at the same time just killed me.
The thing is, Chai and I normally think of the same jokes a lot of the time, but because I had the advantage of being in voice chat with the streamer, I typically beat them to it.
Mm-hmm.
So now Chai's like, I got it first.
I see. Oh my gosh. I need to stop laughing or I'm gonna have to grab my inhaler, I swear.
We still got 2.5 more cases, too.
Okay.
So much BL yet to go.
We're gonna talk about it!
Keeping around. Mitch.
Mitch! Who's Mitch? I don't know about this executable. Thanks for the air. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I need to stop laughing so hard. My lungs are not happy.
It's a good thing I gotta do the talking here. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Great Britain as a visiting student.
Oh dear goodness.
I bet he came.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm still trying to.
Yell has emerged.
I'm still trying to recover, so. Oh no!
Oh,
It was the year I was born. So, yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Victober was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising drug. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. It's a, like, $80 word.
That has to do with time, though, so he would definitely use it.
Yeah. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
You know, if anything, I think you're the one that's kept us waiting. When we've arrived for things.
Usually. I didn't think that you were. Mika Tober studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. You know, the one hospital.
Well, there was St. Bartholomew's, too, so.
Oh, right. Well, I thought St. Sinners was the one we always went to, but I guess it's not.
I remember the name, but I can't remember where.
Steiner's?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens. Bartholomew's is kind of run down, so it would have been kind of weird for those two to have been studying there.
That's true. Unless it went downhill in 16 years.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard.
Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? Or Sith knows my father, does she?
He was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikitoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. In case you forgot. 6 years. It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
I realized something stupid, and I don't know if Michi will get, but I know Lux and Chai would. 6 is a big number that popped up a lot in my Somnium files, and they're doing it again.
Hmm.
There's a bunch of things that were 6 years apart in that game, those games.
Indeed.
And this one has 6 months and 6 years.
Yes. 6. Let's not get too
And
many of those in a
16.
row. That would be unfortunate. Especially in regards to... Sorry.
Go on.
I was going to say, especially if we're talking about a hospital called St. Sinners.
Yeah. He left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why?
He was having marital
Sorry,
problems, and
about
so
that right now.
He was having marital problems. We can talk about this later. He ran away to England to find a boyfriend.
You'll find out about it in the 4th and or 5th case. We can't talk about it right now. Well?
I thought you said you weren't keeping any more secrets from us, Susato. Hmm?
Clearly something was going on at the time. It's just... It's my dad. He, couldn't stop sleeping with men.
Mom wasn't quite happy about that. Especially since I was just born too, so it was a rough time from what I heard.
I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zykes, actually. Again. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago in an elevator accident. By a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You drop names on a throw lot. You've done your research well. Yes. I feel like we just stumbled across that one.
No, we talked to Sham specifically about it, I think. Because
Was it?
I feel like there was a point in time that Shams was like, I will talk to you about Mr. Reaper. For some reason or other. And he was like, let's talk about Mr. Reaper. And I'm like, oh, thank you, let's talk about Mr. Reaper, Shams.
And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zykes, was murdered, it was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. And obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Van Zykes went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word.
So, Lord Van Zykes isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Oh, shocking.
Sir. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
I would too if my sibling died like that.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, to a fault.
To a fault.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you nothing. Thank you. I'm going to only just go steal like 3 more screwdrivers.
Don't worry about it.
Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
More time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. The next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Things like taking care of our next hourly ad break here. So if you guys will hang tight here for just a second before we move on to continuing our investigation, we're going to go ahead and take our early ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So until then, we'll be right back after a few minutes here. Alrighty. Let's continue.
Oh, wow.
I can also breathe again.
For now.
For now! Don't say that like a threat.
We have to see Van Zykes eventually.
Sure we do. Where are we
Although
going?
depending on how the investigation goes, it might not be tonight.
True. That is true. I'm gonna go back.
I
We're in missing.
assume- Yeah, because we just got permission.
Yeah, between dealing with my asthma, still think you saying Van Zykes and distracting me. I'm like, where are we going? Where are we going? I don't know where we're going.
Distracted by Van Zykes.
Who would have thought? Not anything I would ever do. Right, we don't do that. We do examine.
Yeah.
Oi! That's all limits up there! Try to sneak past me again and I'll stuff your gob full of boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please. I love fish and chips.
You know, funnily enough, I had a haddock burger earlier today. We went out to lunch with my family and I got fish. Did not intend to do that on a Thursday.
I suppose we need special permission.
Oh my gosh!
We need to talk to her. We need to shank her with Andrew.
Mm.
Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. It's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah yes, Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told her yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason why it's supposed to touch it. The special...
This is all coming up
This
back
is,
in the
I
door.
know. I wonder if it's going to be different. We're like, oh, we talked to him.
Like, I don't wonder if you're able to just go talk to him first and then come here
Yeah.
and skip a bunch of shit.
Friend's sick. My friend's sick.
But isn't it the case that the special suspension has been lifted?
I think so. I don't. Oh no, this is the same mission. Strange something. Strongheart.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him. He waited for 3 hours in the Cove's office and came back sniveling.
Tragic.
Or Gregson.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. If it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life.
Okay, he's going to Paris.
Who? You're still saying that all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine.
Oh my god, there's another moth in my room.
Womp womp.
Womp womp. I found a shirt after I pulled it out of the laundry the other day, and it was tragic. So, like that shirt is a sleep shirt only now with like a tank top underneath, and it's tragic.
Because moths got to it?
The moths ate it. Like, I have some pretty big holes in it. And it only been in the
Oh.
it only been in the laundry basket for like that afternoon, you know? Maybe a day at most.
Huh.
I was like, holy crap.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then. Them's the stairs. Off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Bye, Gina. We're leaving now.
These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out.
October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, experimentation stage.
Oh my. So this is the machine. I always used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little wishful word at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Hairbroom went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of this whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh look. Is that... Lord Ben Sykes?
So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato?
It's been 6 months. It's been 6 months, Ryunosuke. You will stay here and you will investigate with your boyfriend. Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do all to keep our distance, I think.
Excuse
Didn't we
you.
just, literally just figure out it was his brother's ghost?
Excuse you, Ryunosuke. The Blue Oyster Cult told me to do not fear the Reaper, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
Not even Van Zykes. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage as long as we like. And Van Sykes.
You could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. At least the virtual man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. You haven't known him that long.
Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zykes?
What?
Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
A man has died here. And you wish to talk about the weather. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry this area is prohibited.
Ah, well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
Well, you've disturbed me, so you must leave now.
Well,
Damn. I should write a visual novel. And yet you've managed to disturb me.
ah,
Never mind. State your business then.
come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zex about.
Why did you lock us out of your office?
Let me in! Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. And you remember when your brother died?
Tell me all about that and why you became so emo afterwards. What's going on?
What's up with that?
You can just get over it. That was so long ago.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
With that very don't talk to me face.
Ask away! Please don't ask away.
Go away.
Flint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zex.
You Nipponese. I always had to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. I haven't been stalking you on social media.
I was going to say, I'm like, no, I haven't been Facebook stalking you.
Sorry for liking your picture from 6 years ago. Well, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zyx family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
Professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then?
I'm not going to tell you. We'll say that for another chapter. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
It wasn't really the focus of the day. You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zyx, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn.
Of course, Infamous Reaper the Bailey would have to be exhibited. Exhibited? Yep. Wouldn't he? Exhibited.
Exhibited? Prohibited and exhibited?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which... Wait. You mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
Ugh, not that man. I... was unaware of that.
Turns white as a sheet. He's already pretty pale to begin with.
I know. Got a ghostly complexion. Not good if he goes any paler.
Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but
Spit it out.
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
wow, Suzuto-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Don't be afraid of the Reaper.
Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he has already had the black monocle at the time.
It's a very REA character.
He's got a D-pad on his lapel.
Yeah?
What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. And also just had a picture of him on hand.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zykes?
I don't know, Rinosuke.
Sometimes I just can't work him out at all.
I'm choosing not to be petty now.
The photograph of Jebber has been entered into the court record. Mystery Cloakman.
Who could it be now?
You say that and the person that comes to mind. Who could be this animal that I can see? Can you help me guess this mystery?
Haven't heard that one in a while.
I'm sorry, I grew up on Zubumafu. It is ingrained in me.
The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Naruhodo-san. Mr. Naruhodo, do you also get a sense of familiarity?
Are you alright?
Not quite, Mr. Naruhodo. Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Who is this mysterious man? Lord Van Zykes is his apprentice, apparently. But I'm not the only one. I get to tingly in the nether regions. Suzuto-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zykes. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
No.
With him? Why?
Kazuma-sama!
Azuma? I don't believe it.
Your posture. Your presence. It can only be... It's you. Isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
Felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Intimately. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. He walked slowly away and I couldn't catch up to him.
What's going on here?
We'll fill you in.
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
He's my dead lover, you see.
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
but he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia.
Of course he fucking is!
He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia.
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us.
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Suzuki-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama.
It's only 3 talking points. It's always amnesia? Indeed it is. Also, I can't attest, I've never played Rune Factory, but it really is always amnesia.
The protagonist always stumbles into town and forgot everything about their past. We gotta pull an edger with him to send his own photo back to him.
I swear, if that's what we have to do, I'm gonna be pissed off.
What's that?
Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all.
I've relinquished it
I
into
have
your...
no idea what this is.
Right? I've relinquished it into your care. I have no clue what this might be anymore. It's a
I have
serious...
goldfish memory.
Hmm?
I have a goldfish memory.
It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means.
Alright, I get the message. But I don't see what's illegal about me asking.
We already showed him the newspaper earlier. I don't know if he wants to talk about that. Maybe we just get 3 talking points here. That's really strange that there's usually at least 4. Maybe look around.
Sometimes.
I know, sometimes 5. Let's poke around here. Have a little look-see.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
What they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
You know, that's true. The birdcage was there and supposedly quote-unquote teleported, but if it was actually inside the balloon and fell, where did the original birdcage go?
Look at the floor.
I know it's got hinges, isn't it?
Yep.
Hmm.
But look, Mr. Naruto, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
Who could have guessed?
Who could have guessed?
It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think that there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world.
It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it?
One named Dora, perhaps?
Yes. Donde está birdcage? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings, with their wood and paper construction, have excellent ventilation. I never realized the British buildings, being made from brick and stone, are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yes, I do agree with you there.
But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions.
You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto. I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples.
I think the romance will be slightly spoilt by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner.
It's okay, you can just bring one of your boyfriends with you and hold their hand. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto?
Not that I'm scared. Not at all.
I know, the VGM is a little intense.
Because Lord Van Zyke's just staring at us. the
You know,
entire
he
time.
is just staring at us. That's what it is. We just feel the piercing gaze of Van Zyke's on us. That's why we feel this apprehension.
You did what with the gaze?
What?
Gay, like G-A-Y-S.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, what did I say?
Piercing gaze.
Yes. I know I said that. I know I said that, and I'm just like, what would he be grasping from other words in that sentence?
Michi. Ah yes, I'm very good at yes-anding. Also, Michi, what the fuck are you on about?
I try my best to yes and, but whenever I don't have an understanding of the direction we're generally going down, I don't know how to respond other than like, uh.
I found from Final Fantasy streams that I'm very good at like a sort of verbal sleight of hand,
Hmm.
where either A, you get it, but it's gonna be a bit, or B, you're Arya and you laugh because you feel like you're supposed to.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to yes and things where I have a general idea where at least what word or thought we're going down. Where that goes, I'll leave it up to whoever is the other party. But
Whenever I have no clue what the joke is about to begin with, I try my best to grasp where the joke starts before I yes and anything.
Yeah.
I'm also a little slow on stuff like that sometimes. And I've had more
Yeah.
sleep this week than I've had in many weeks, so I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just naturally dense.
I was gonna say it's like you're tired from work. I'm like, no, no.
No. I have been very busy this week, but I have gotten more sleep.
I mean, there's other ways to be tired than just not sleeping.
It's true. Ryunosuke hearing
Just
boss. I'm sorry. I just tried his comment. Ryunosuke hearing boss music. He discusses fear in front of Van Zykes. This is perilous. Perilous. I dislike onions. I fear heights. This is information that Van Zykes can use against me.
Just throws an onion at you during trial.
Yep.
Pray forgive me.
Pray forget the discourtesy.
Throwing an onion at you. Can't be any worse than throwing a fucking full-ass wine bottle into the crowd.
That's true. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Here I will attempt to alleviate your allium aversion. First day at Ferris wheel, but he brings onions!
They get to the top, and he's like, I brought you a gift.
I brought you
He
again.
just pulls out an entire board full of onions, and Ryunosuke's freaking out.
Poor Ryunosuke.
It's that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Shulms to accompany me on it in that case.
Kazuma. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
I
So you'll
don't...
do it for Rina, you'll do it for Sholmes and Iris, but you won't do it for her.
Susto does so much for you, Ryunosuke. The least you can do is go on the Ferris wheel with her. Shaking my head at you. We have Investigations 2 coming out in English now. I know, I'm so excited! Investigations is coming to PC, and they're bringing 2 with it too! I'm so stoked for it. Also, welcome it, Alan.
Still waiting for Layton versus Right.
That should be the next one on the to-do list. They've done everything else. Come on, bring light. Bring light? No, don't bring light. Bring light to my life by bringing Right and Layton. Honestly, like, I sure hope they do bring it over, honestly. Because there was so many years where, like, everyone thought, oh, they're not going to bring Great Ace Attorney Chronicles over. You know, they said they're not going to bring Great Ace Attorney Chronicles over. And so we didn't think we'd get it, and then we didn't get Investigations 2 either. Those were all only JP releases. And then they brought Chronicles over, and then they're bringing Investigations over now too. So come on now, it's true, gentlemen.
Again, it's licensing shenanigans, I'm sure.
I know, yeah. I sure hope they're able to work out something though. That would be really great, because that would be the only Ace Attorney game that's not brought over to, like, to be quote unquote reboot, you know.
Yeah.
So that would be really unfortunate. And I also don't want to pay $200 for a 3DS cartridge.
What?
I was a fool and didn't grab it whenever I was collecting the DS cartridges back in the day. True gentleman doesn't let his client get a guilty verdict. True gentleman seeks the truth.
It's also a fun one because you do have to do all of the court shit as Right.
Mhm.
And the entire time Layton's like, do you get it yet? Do you understand what's going on? And Right's like, no.
Layton's knows what's happened from the very beginning. He's already solved this puzzle well before he steps into the courtroom. And Right's just here like, I'm gonna shuffle through it like I always do.
Put on my winged pants.
My winged pants. It's Layton's MO for every single day. I love Layton games. Layton's great.
That's why he sort of plays Lucas for a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it was Layton, it's just like, this is too easy for me.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's great. It's been a while since I played the Layton games, and I technically haven't finished them. I think I ended up getting stuck on I forgot which is it, the something mask? I don't know. There was like, we went to this like Mardi Gras town, and I got stuck on that one. It was a 3DS game, so it was one of the later Layton games that came out. Are you excited for New World of Steam? Is that the new Layton game?
Yeah.
Either way, I'm excited for it. Is it called The Masked Gentleman? I thought it was called like the Mesmer Mask or something like that. Or no. I can't remember exactly. I don't know. I know there's one that's like Azra and Legacy, and I don't know if I touched that one. I think that was the last one that I'd collected. I think I'm on the mask one. I don't know. Whichever one was the one in the Mardi Gras town. I wish I had this as my lawyer. Just because you're guilty doesn't mean you did it.
There's
What?
Professor Layton in the Miracle Mask.
Miracle Mask. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. But I'm not sure if that's the one that has... I can't remember if that's the one that I was on or not. I remember playing it, or I know I played at least some of it, if not finished it. I can't remember the plot. I can't remember the plot line in any of the titles, to be honest. I remember though.
There is Curious Village,
Yep.
Diabolical Box,
Mhm.
Unwound Future, Last Spectre,
gosh.
Miracle Mask, Azran Legacy, Mystery Room, Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Layton's Mystery Journey, Catriel, and Millionaire's Conspiracy, which I think is the one we were talking about earlier with his daughter,
Yeah.
and Professor Layton in the New World of Steam.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think I was on Miracle Mask. I think that was the one. I didn't play Azran Legacy because I didn't finish Miracle Mask because I got stuck. But funny thing, I got my mom ended up finding Curious Village on like clearance at a store somewhere and saw that it was like puzzles and stuff, and she's like, "Oh, my daughter would love this." So she got it for me. And she's like, "Here, you know, I know you like puzzles and all those fun little games, so I thought you might like this." I'm like, "Oh, so cool." And so I start playing it, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, look at the puzzles. I'm having such a great time." And then, spoiler alert, but not spoiler alert, especially since the game is so old, but the beginning of Curious Village, you get to that mansion, and you see like this person's body that's just like collapsed on the floor, and they're like, "Oh my god, is that a dead body?" And at that point in my life, I was saying, I'm like, "Oh no, oh no, I can't play this." I'm like, I can't deal with this, which I find super ironic, because after playing Curious Village and getting, what's the word, perturbed by that, and then also I have PTSD with this the PC version game of Clue that I feel like I've talked about before too. That I find it so funny now that like my brand now is mystery and murder. Like everything I seem to pick up and like enjoy has mystery and or murder in it. It's growth. But yeah, I put down Curious Village for quite a while because I was just like, "Oh my gosh," I'm like, I can't do this. And then I picked up years later because I'm like, no, I want to play these games because they seem like a pretty, like, it was at the time I'd learned about Phoenix Wright. I started playing Phoenix Wright, and then I was like, oh, Professor Layton's got a whole series on this too. I'm like, I want to play these games, so I forced myself to do it. In the end, it was just a doll. I got perturbed over nothing. Ace Attorney
From what I had heard, when Curious Village originally released, they were still figuring out how to balance the difficulty of the puzzles. And apparently that one was really fucking hard.
You know, the funny thing on that, I don't think I looked up a playthrough for that one. I just did that one.
Huh.
So I can't, it's been so long since I played it, so I can't attest to how much of trouble I actually did, but I finished that game. I was able to finish that game, and I was young enough and didn't have the mind to think, oh, there's such thing as a game playthrough, to go Google it. I was still at that point in my life where I'm like, oh, I just play the game, you know, like if I get stuck, I just gotta figure it out, you know, it just has to wait. But I was able to finish Curious Village. I can't remember how rough it was, though. I honestly kind of wanted to go revisit them, but with what time?
Yeah.
I'm not even keeping up with the games that I play right now. Why should I go revisit an old game?
We're keeping up with Ace Attorney, kind of.
Hmm?
We're keeping up with Ace Attorney, kind of.
Yes, we're keeping up with Ace Attorney. I definitely am been so tired I'm not keeping up with like Genshin and stuff. Like I know what's coming out and I try to keep my finger on at least the big pulses of it, but I'm definitely not as up to date as I once was with that. And Star Rail, I'm still swimming in Penacony, and I think they are finishing up Penacony with the newest update.
Yep.
So okay. Anyway, tangent aside, I forgot how we went down this tangent. Oh, because we were talking about the games. That's what it was. Yes, yes, yes. Indeed.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear. It's complicated for you, isn't it?
Every journey has an end. Don't rush, Zhongli. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't want stream going too late either. No, that's not what I wanted to look at. Click, 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 click. That's the button I wanted. Balloons!
However much you look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky.
We've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry. The feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me.
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging.
Yeah, the two wolves inside Ryunosuke are having such a fierce battle.
I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way.
Then she really wants to take you on a date.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been... If only it had been just a normal horn, none of this would have ever happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well.
And that's why we make a great team, Ryunosuke-san.
Or Naruhodo-san.
I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Damn, we finish each other's sandwiches. Oh no, I would never say something like that.
All we had to look at.
I imagine him doing the little, like, point at his forehead and point forward thing, like, aha! I've solved the case! And then just instantly deflates.
Yeah. Pulls a cocky Shulms move, trying to be suave, anticipating something, and instead of being like, no! Not ever! Never!
That sounds really stupid. Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? And Ryunosuke just like, well. The same feeling I had. So I've been I've been at my new job for about 6 months now, and they like whenever you use the customer's name, and so I've been trying to get to know people, especially because I live in a small town too, so like I'm getting to know people, but there's just so many people, you know, like it's not like a huge influx, but like moving to a new place, meeting all these new people, remembering all these names and faces together. I'm much better with I'm much better with faces. But names I have a hard time remembering and placing to the faces. So there were times where I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna be proactive and be like, hi John, how are you today? Right? Just, you know, immediately address them that way to make it very familiar. And there was a point like 2 months ago or so where I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to be brave, and anyone that I recognize, I'm going to go for it. 100% failure rate, so 100% failure rate every time I tried to do that. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible with names. But no matter how hard I tried, I was just like, every opportunity I failed, I'm like, how can I fail every single, like, every single time I try to do that to someone that I recognize their face? But I was like, I'm just gonna give up now. Like, I feel so embarrassed. This is like the 5th time today I've done that.
Yeah. I just accept that I'm not good at names.
I know, missing every quick time event. It was awful, Chai. I tried my very bestest, but that wasn't enough.
The thing is, like, in the vein of QuickTime events, I do really well with the would-be QuickTime events here on stream.
Mm.
God, fucking awful in the office. Put me on the spot there, and I'm like, it's over.
I think it's also different too. Like, when you're on stream, you're with, you know, RARI, right? And it's with people that you commune with often, and not only that, but like you willingly commune with. It's not just like work where it's like, oh, these are just the people that I work with, you know. And even still, who knows? Who knows how close you may or may not get with these people, right? Like, it's something that's just you happen to be at a work environment versus you choose to be in a stream or friend group environment. So I think that lends hand to the, I guess, familiarity of hitting your quote-unquote QuickTime events.
Given my current position,
Mm-hmm.
After the first role that I was in, I gave up on being like, I'm going to be friends with all of these people.
Yeah.
Because I might know you for 2 months tops, and then I'm gone.
Yep.
I'll get along with folks, but I'm not going to, like, foster a bond.
You're not going to invest too much into it. I get that.
Yeah. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Huh. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderful durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah! I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly not with the body inside.
Your work. No, that's right.
Sadly, indeed.
I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. I really want to touch stuff.
Tiptoes as close as possible and put your eyes like a centimeter away from the wood. Manzax is just like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. It's too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial.
The birdcage from the machine has been entered into the court record.
Just picks up the birdcage, puts it in your pocket.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zykes' office.
I see. If Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
What? No. What? I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems. They'll think we're on a they'll think we're on an investigation date, and I can't have them thinking that.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Doe.
Of course.
Hi, Gina. Anything more to say? Hmm.
Gina.
No. Why do you do that?
What? Oh, yeah, it is the same.
Yeah.
Bork.
Fork.
It's because it's locked down again.
Ah. See. Shams. Oh, I guess it wants us to go there. Shams. We're coming for you. Just you wait. You know what? We're actually hitting the top of the hour now. So I think we'll go ahead and take our ad break here real quick. Before we move on, I think this is a good ad break time. So it's time for us to take our ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. If you'll hang tight here just a second, we will be right back after our ad break. Alright, we are back from ad break now. Time to head to Forensics Laboratory.
But first,
Oh,
this is
first a concussion. Thank you for the concussions. This is not macabre. 23rd October, Forensics Laboratory.
I believe this is it. Dr. Sith's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. Oh, we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any of the restless souls.
Where do we start?
I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk.
I would not like to work in a place like this. I had to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
Lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Would you rather have a skeleton or Van Zykes? Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
So I don't know if this is correct in terms of pronouncing a name,
Mm.
but apparently scythe is how you would say it if
Mm?
you're using it as a word, and apparently it's a different version of sigh.
Like, ah.
Like, yeah.
The last breath of
So
life.
scythe would be correct.
Interesting. No, I wasn't quite sure because sometimes they follow the vowel says its name with the E at the end, and sometimes they don't. So I could see it either way, to be honest.
Yeah. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Dharma doll watching over me, but that's all.
Not a big yokai fan, I take it.
Look at this! What magnificent display case! Cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold.
You're trying to find every detail to talk about this particular area of the room without the skeleton being in the conversation, aren't you?
Certain cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
What skeleton inside? Miss Susato. Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case?
I knew it.
It's how I cope.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on. That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know. And they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
They're dead, Mr. Naruhodo.
Like everything else in here, including you!
Oh my momo. Shinderu.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Instantaneous kinesis behind you. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself we're just sleeping with our eyes open. How was that better?
Yeah. I guess at least they're alive.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead.
Very quiet in this room. No BGM. Think so.
Yep. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. I'm feeling peckish.
No! Don't pull an olive green!
These ones are labeled. These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Don't try to eat anything in this room, please. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Maybe she's a cannibal.
Could be. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death.
Mm,
Table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
it might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anyone concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You either have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell.
Maybe that's why she puts salt and pepper on everything.
Could be. She cannot tell whether or not your undergarments are soiled
That's why
without dissecting you first.
without dissecting you first. If they're not soiled, they will be now.
Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home.
Yeah, don't look too closely at them, Mr. Naruhodo. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever.
Oh,
So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
yeah. Uh, of course.
All we're going to get from this room? Anything behind it?
Susato has the neurodivergent urge to share information without thinking about it first.
Just wants to be helpful through information. Well, I think we looked at everything. We looked at the umeboshis and everything too. Guess we'll have to come back. Sholmes? Are you here? No, you're not here, are you? Sholmes, you got some explaining to do. Not here either, is he? Where to go? Just there at Madame Tistel's, no one's here. No one's in the forensic laboratory. Surely no one's here, yeah? It's Susato.
We were just here. Nope. Prison? I'm gonna go talk to Hairbrain? Oh. October. Local prison, cell 11.
I wonder if the formulas actually mean something.
You know, I don't want to think about it. Brain hurts.
What's he doing?
He's writing cryptic code on the wall. He's... Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Miss Naruto. And who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikatoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's jujitsu assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner.
Oh no.
None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in the court this morning. Oh no. No. The whole thing. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter flop.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Oh, no, actually, this is my autobiography.
What? Your autobiography?
Sir! How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain.
Oh my god.
Had that kind of relationship with Van Zykes in college. Got it.
Oh my god.
I was right, the VL writes itself.
Well, okay. We might make a quip here or there from the original trilogy, but once we started playing Chronicles, Ace Attorney streams became a whole nother animal.
That's because there was like
Oh,
a tension between Miles and Wright, but with
yeah.
fucking Rinosuke and Kazuma, you're like,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
fine.
Yeah. You're stealing that,
Stealing-
Lux?
What, diddled and fiddled or something else? Is that gonna be in the stream title tomorrow?
Oh god. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
I got diddled and fiddled by math robots in the lighthouse.
Oh dear. Oh, but yeah, there was a tension, and if I remember correct, I'm not sure how canonical it was or not, but I would believe it, especially seeing Chronicles. But I believe originally Wright and Phoenix were meant to be. There was supposed to be more of a. There's the tension they have in the game now, but there was supposed to be more of like
unresolved homoerotic tension with that. It
Everyone
was
settled with unnecessary
feelings, yeah. But
Write it down, Lux.
yeah, just write it down like on a sticky and put it on the bezel of your monitor or desk somewhere.
That or change your title right now if you're not streaming tonight.
Exactly. And you won't forget it.
First one was not subtle.
First one was not subtle. The game?
In terms of Chronicles or in terms of the Right trilogy?
First game. I'm gonna assume you mean like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Yeah, like it was definitely like obviously it was there, right? But I feel like if I remember correctly, I saw somewhere that they were going to lean into that more heavily. But it was never like Chronicles came out swinging and it was like overt, you know. Ace Attorney, you know, original.
Just in time for diddling and fiddling.
What?
Try your turn just in time for diddling and fiddling.
Oh, welcome back, Chai. I'm glad your kitties are fed. But yeah, I feel like in the original trilogy, like it was there, you know, there was like underlying themes there. And so I'm like, oh yeah, the ship is definitely Phoenix and Miles. Most certainly. I see it. But I feel like Chronicles really were just like took a baseball bat and smacked you straight with Cosma and Inosuke. Like it was like you said, it was writing itself. Like I don't remember this much being that written into the original trilogy.
Ryunosuke is now an Otome protagonist.
He is an Otome protagonist. He has all these handsome men coming after him.
We had to have the token Sundere, and there's Van Sykes.
There you go, yep. Token Sindre. You know, I will say, not a super big Sindre fan, but I appreciate male Cinderes more than I do female Cinderes, just because I feel like, they don't lean into the, like, no, like, I like you or anything, baka! They usually have, like, a more, what's the word? They're a little more reserved, and they still have, like, that kind of feeling about them, but it's not as, like, over the top as female Cinderes UCR. Was it? I don't remember the first trial much. Oh, first trial.
It probably didn't help that within, like, our first stream of this game, there was some point where Cosmo was like, don't worry, Ryunosuke, I'm going to get you off.
Yes.
And we're like,
that
it's gonna be like that, huh?
It's gonna be like that. Cosmo in the first trial was, you don't think I can get you off? Yes, that right there. And that was like the beginning of the end.
And it became your stream title the next time you streamed it.
Cosmo gets us off. But there's just like a lot of phrasing and words, and not only that, but I feel like whereas before, like, okay, if you can ship whatever you want, I'm not going to shame you for whatever you ship. But whereas before in the original trilogy, the only other characters that were, you know, around Phoenix's age that were like one-off characters here that were like reappeared were Larry and Edgeworth, you know? The other characters kind of fell outside of that spectrum, and I would never give Larry to anyone. Nobody deserves that. And even still, they'd already lined it up with Edgeworth, but with Chronicles, you come in, you meet Cosma, and you're like, oh my god, Cosma. Like, whoa, hi, nice to meet you. And then you meet Sholmes in the next one. You're like, oh my gosh, another one. Like, okay, cool. All right, continued on. And then you get to London and you meet Van Zykes. You're like, fuck, they're multiplying.
Yep.
So I feel like that also lends creed to why Chronicles are kind of a different... We approach Chronicles differently.
Also, the original Phoenix Wright trilogy remembered to put in female characters here and there.
Yeah. This is like... so much. So many male characters. They're like, here, have another one. Here, have another one. Did you watch any of the little short stories you can play after its respective trials done for Chronicles? I didn't realize we had extra short stories. So my wife asked me to run to the store to get a few things, and one of those things was 6 cans of Sprite. But they didn't have them in a bundle, so I grabbed 6 of them. But it was only after I got home that I realized I picked up 7-Up. Picked 7-Up, yes. I was like, where are we going with Sees a long chat come in. I was like, where are we going with this chat? Why do I feel like you like Simon a lot? I've heard about Simon. I don't know if I like Simon a lot or not. I don't know.
I was gonna say you were unsure about him, but I think you're still unsure about Sholmes.
Yeah, he's grown on me a little bit more, but there are just things that he does that I'm like, oh my lord, can you not? The first trial of short stories about Cosmo and Nina's gonna silly and delightful. I'll have to go watch it. But yeah, Simon, I'll have to see about Simon. Like, there are points about Simon that I can just tell from his aura, and I had a friend who was super into, oh gosh, Simon, and then
Garfunkel.
not Garfunkel, no, not that Simon. Was really big into Simon, and I'm trying to remember what his name is. Nayata? I'm not sure. I think he's another prosecutor, but he's the one that's like more ethereal looking. I don't know them because I haven't played those games yet, but
Which games
okay,
are done?
Nayata. Okay, Dual Destiny. We haven't played it yet.
Okay.
It goes Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny, and then I can't remember what the last one is, but there's another one that's after Dual Destiny. Hence the Apollo Justice trilogy that they coined it now.
Triple Destiny.
Triple Destiny, yeah. But yeah, Nayata. My friend was super into Simon and Nayata. Spirited Justice, there we go. Thank you, Chai. But I don't really know much about them because I told her not to spoil me on those because I was playing the games. But Simon's design definitely looks intriguing to me. I'll have to see how he acts and have my subconscious analysis to make any more assessments in regards to that. I already know that I love Apollo, even though I really don't know him. I love Apollo. Arguably, potentially my favorite Ace Attorney character, even though I know very little about him. And I think I'll like Clavier. I think I'll like Clavier. As long as he's like, wait, I probably will still enjoy him, even if he's an ass right off the bat, because I have faith in him. Apollo, who would ever like Apollo? I don't know. I think he's neat.
Apollo the Ace Attorney?
You know, at that point in time, he might be the Ace Attorney.
It was a joke that came up in an RE stream like 2 days ago.
Oh, I see.
Also, I don't know if you've ever seen Chai's profile picture on Discord.
Yes, Chai's profile picture is Apollo. It's so cute. Yeah, I like Apollo. I don't know much about him. I want to learn more about him though, but there's just a lot I see about him, and just like him smacking his face and looking in the mirror and like shouting motivational, like, what's the word? Affirmation to himself. I just appreciate him. I think Simon's your favorite prosecutor? Nice. He's definitely very cool looking. He's got that, like, at the very... He's so failure core, I adore him, Chai! Oh gosh, Chai. I don't know, I think he's very cute. He's very endearing.
I only really associate Failure Core with, like, the Pain family.
Yeah. Shy, what does that even mean? Why can't you see my internet lingo here? It's okay, we just don't understand, Shy. I understand.
Does Failure Core mean baby girl, or is it something else entirely?
Oh my gosh. I swear, if you call Apollo baby girl. Oh my god. But I get generally what you mean about failure core.
Apollo's, like, non-gendered, at least in the brief capacity that I know him. Yeah, cringe fail. Yeah, that helps. Guy, I'm old.
Like a boomer when I talk to you sometimes, Shy. I think I understand the gist. It's like he's hold on, I'm trying to find words here, okay? Like I understand, I think I understand the concept. Is it that he's just so he struggles so much, yeah, pathetic, and struggles so much that when he does something and he fails, it's like, oh my gosh, did that really just happen? But at the same time, it's like, oh, my son, like, I love him. Yeah, I love the energy of Apollo trying so hard about hitting a wall so much, but being determined. Yeah, the struggle, yeah. So essentially, Chai finds Apollo charming because he struggles and fails, but continues to pursue things. And she finds that struggle.
Simon Mox, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at the new thing. We were talking about Simon. Your morning face slap fills you with determination. Indeed.
I was really confused when you said there was a prosecutor not named Pain or Ouchie that was Failure Core. I'm like, that can't be right.
Gotcha, yeah. I don't know. I don't know much about Apollo, so I can't pinpoint why I like him so much, but I don't know much about him. And here, to preface it with this, I cosplay characters that I like, you know, and I know. I don't cosplay characters that are outside of my understanding or knowledge of a series, even if they look cool. I usually will only cosplay characters that I'm, like, invested in, because it just takes so much time and effort and money into making a cosplay, right? I know next to nothing about Apollo. I really want to cosplay Apollo. Like, I can't tell you why, but there's something about him that I just, like, really like. I am definitely, like, not romantically attracted, but as a character, I am incredibly attracted to him as a favorite character.
Now you understand how I operate when I see fictional characters. I resonate with them, but I don't want to fuck them.
Yeah. Okay, I don't always... there are very few characters that I would be like, oh yeah, that one right there.
I went in the extreme on that because of, like, how we were talking earlier about how Arya reacts to characters versus how I react to characters.
Gosh, the waistcoat, like, his design looks so sharp, and I want to wear that. Like, not only does he look cool, but just, like, his character that I know about him just seems so appealing that I'm like, I want to be Apollo. I don't want to fail. I don't want to be fail core, but I want to be Apollo. He just looks so cool. It works so well on him. It looks so good. It looks so good. The rolled up sleeves, that's another one of my things that's really, I think I've come to realize is a weak point for me, is a well-dressed man with rolled up, like, what's the word? Rolled up sleeves, like, from his button down. Weak point I've come to realize for me. You're so excited about that, Jai. Oh gosh. But yes, his design is peak.
So I'm a little mad because I went to go see how much it costs right now because there have been sales going on recently.
Yep.
The Apollo Justice trilogy is $40.
Yeah, $10 off.
The Ace Attorney anthology, which is it is both trilogies, $45. So for $5 extra, you can get all 6 games.
Oh my gosh. ridiculous. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end up buying it. Because I would have to wait till like Christmas time for the winter sale to see another drop, maybe.
Incorrect.
Incorrect? Do they have another one?
The summer sale happens next month.
Oh, it hasn't happened yet. I thought this might be the beginning of the summer sale.
No, they just got random sales all the fucking time.
Gotcha. Maybe I'll hold off a little longer then. But yeah, Apollo, subconsciously, from a very superficial third-party perspective point of view, somehow my favorite Ace Attorney character. Question mark.
So Mishi will be voicing the prosecutor for that run.
I'll be voicing the prosecutor.
Or not the prosecutor. I got it backwards.
Okay, I was just like, hold on a second. I'm like,
I'm trying to process like 3 things at the same time.
That's fair.
You'll be
You'll
be voicing the attorney.
I would like to voice him at some point in time, but I know whenever you have a female companion, it's not necessarily the easiest for you.
I mean, I had Old Bag.
That's true, but Old Bag also wasn't following us around making commentary.
Thank God for that.
You know, I hope Old Bag doesn't show up again. Really? Oh, you know
Older
what?
Bag.
I feel like she may show up in investigations, doesn't she? I feel like I've seen a sprite or something. I sure hope not.
She really you don't have to voice her.
I know, but still, I sympathize with you, Soph. Okay, like I sympathize with you.
I mean, saying Clavier is sort of the first step to saying Chevalier.
Chevalier, yeah.
It's what Arya gets for playing so many fucking visual novels without me.
Hmm.
She went, I'm gonna pronounce as many words as I can without assistance.
She's doing her bestest.
It's important to have the time apart.
Hmm?
It's important to have the time apart.
Hmm. I always say Clavier with a solid air something, yeah. Supposedly yes, but I don't know. I could see it both ways. I think, you know, honestly, I think it's German for piano, if I remember correctly. I remember I looked something up further. I don't know, I learned about Apollo and Clavier, and I was like, oh man, I'm like, I need to look into these two just a little bit. I need to know who these two guys are.
Apparently it is pretty much a piano.
It is. It is what? About piano?
It's a piano.
Mm.
And you do pronounce the R.
You do pronounce it, okay. Because I've always called them clavier, but I could see it being clavier just because of the French pronunciation. I know. I hope. I don't want to. I feel like I could put my hopes on Apollo because I don't think he'll let me down. But I don't want to put too much hope on Clavier, just because I don't know which way they're going to take him. So, wasn't Von Karma also German? Yes. Name like Von Karma. Or at the very least, I don't know what it was like in Japanese, but in English, him, what's the word? Him, Franziska, and I think Miles for a while lived in Germany. Because Franziska was like the youngest number one prosecutor or something like that in Germany. So she came to quote unquote America to further her career. But yes, these German prosecutors. Okay, gonna get talking back to Hairbrain?
Possibly. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneously equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Odd one, an odd birth and odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. It's all I ever do my entire fucking life. Yep. I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. That's how we started this tangent.
You could say he was screwed over.
My ass man. By that loop engineer Drubber. I'm not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we?
Oh. Let's talk about your diddling and fiddling.
Oh boy. Ass man. Yep.
Indeed.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, the Strasman, the kinesis machine, my hypotheses even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? You've done something wrong without knowing it. You've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Think of Paramore. Fortunately, I'm not well versed in Paramore.
I don't think they're quite as popular nowadays anyhow, so...
Even still, my taste in music's a bit eclectic. Where it's like, oh man, you're just too young to know Paramore. It's like, well, I also grew up with the Beatles and Eagles, so... I'm sorry, you read this line?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know? Barrett did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think... Oh, you don't. That was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barrett wouldn't do something like that.
Oh, he's changed a lot since uni.
I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on prosecution in the trial, I mean. if a terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. After you got fiddled and diddled.
An insult to injury.
Yep. Well, if any other prosecutor had taken the case, it was anyone other than Barrett. I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis as a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly. It would have been a fate worse than death for me. Well, Barrett insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. Very well. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? Yeah. I'm sorry to say, that does seem like me, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. Or financier, if you were French, I guess. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic, even. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It's a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. Oh, research, we can't afford it. Many of us take a barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too wrong to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Even though one of them's dead. Mr. Esmond is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? Yes.
Yes. I was to say, ¿por qué no los dos? But, ¿por qué no los tres?
Yes?
See?
It was about a year ago now when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to where...
Oh my gosh, I stumbled through all of those words.
Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
A lot of words ending with S.
Yeah. That's the one thing I trip over. That's why I start lisping over.
I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. He did diddle my fiddle.
His workshop.
I did visit his workshop. What workshop? That would have been a good indicator of whereabouts.
Yeah?
There was an enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? You really are harebrained. Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Not if he's good at what he does.
Yeah.
So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. It wasn't that big. I guess if you include the platform.
Yeah.
Where can we find it? We have to go there once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this.
Of course.
But I have absolutely no idea where that workshop is at all.
I had a feeling.
I'm so sorry.
He invited me over after dinner one night, and he was the one that led the way, and it was dark, and I had other things on my mind.
I was more than half expecting that.
Oh god.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. It was their foreplay.
I know I was about to say, I'm like, that's one of Drebber's kinks.
The place was incredible. Pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was very the best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget the secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Miss Usato? Ode a machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure where I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even... I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You... don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example?
Did they have business cards back then?
I don't know.
Aha! Yeah, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look.
Well,
Let me see that!
You gotta get to the wind, why don't you? And Ryunosuke.
You stayed on your feet, don't worry about it. Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No. Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful.
Drebber's card has been entered into the court record.
I've got nothing more to talk to you about, sir. I kind of want to look at that card, though. I guess we didn't actually look at this, did we? Is there a different red? I'm not sure if it's just a texture. Such a weird place to break too.
I think it's how it got shot.
Hmm.
Look here, Mrs. Zuto.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down in the crystal tower below. Oh, about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Okay. Details of the wooden birdcage have been updated in the court record. All we can talk about? I guess so. Suspicious stain. Is this oil?
Is it French oil?
Is it French perfume oil?
Tark's lunch here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Trevor uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Well, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's a tiny amount on here.
Hmm. The details of Drebber's card have been updated in the court record.
Doesn't feel hopeful.
Not really. I was hoping that would be our lead.
I mean, the plus and minus was the ending just before, but
Yeah. I don't know.
can't do much with that.
Nope. Now as we ponder on these thoughts here, we are hitting the top of the hour, or top of the stream hour at least, and it's time for us to take our, oh my god. Tripping over my words bad. It's time for us to take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you will hang tight here for just a second, we'll be right back after these ads. All right. Time to get back into it. Oh, perfect timing. The old one that's new. Look at those. Only unscented machine oil. Or presumably machine oil. Thanks for the silver Dasvar. Okay, we hit our 4 topics. We did. Holmes. Are we going to find you now? Nope. Are you home? Welcome back. Thanks, you Chai. Can't catch this man. We talked about...
He's on the walls.
Hmm?
He's on the walls.
He is. He's hiding from us on the ceiling. Like a cicada. Can we try back here? No? Just eerily quiet. Not done with Hairbrain? I guess we're not done with him, are we?
Mr. Hairbrain, what do you make of this? Darn it.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
It's weird because they have it so that if anyone gives you something and you try to give it back to them, they act like they've never seen it before.
Right? Yeah. Nope. Ah.
Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend.
Delivery.
It's just the fucking
Yeah.
expression that he had.
Yeah. It was great.
How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they?
Oh. They used him for murders, supposedly.
Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming.
Oh.
Right. And then, when I come home to tighten a screw with him, he flips in my hand and I can't do it. It's that age-old problem faced by driver files, the whatever, isn't it? Yep, that's the thing.
Yep.
I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid.
He gets Andrew so slippery he can't screw properly.
Too lubed up.
I don't know if anything else would be beneficial here. Do we have to go back here? Hi, Gina. I don't think you're going to be very helpful either.
What if Toby the dog can smell the oil?
That's true. Let's give it a shot.
About this, Gina.
Yeah, still learning my letters at the moment. I only know A to E. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble.
Actually, Gina, it's the back of the car that's important.
How come? It's just a deadly old smudge on the back, that's all.
It turns out that this is very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently.
You don't say. Let's have a whiff in. You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we don't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby?
Gregson, get over here. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Takes us all the way to France.
The source of where the oil's made.
Professor Harebrant informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Toby's the best character all. He's a good boy. Ye old Missile. Missile was a good boy too. Wagahai is also a good boy.
I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, typically it's that Dodgeco's workshop.
That's right. That's exactly what we're hoping.
I know I want to play Ghost Trick too. I just haven't wanted to shell the cash for it. Alright then, I'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you... Wants a pickpocket.
I can lead it.
Like yesterday.
Hmm?
It happened to you like yesterday. Why are you surprised?
I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss for next week.
Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson. Apparently Ghost Trick is currently $10 off.
What, 30? Or is it 42?
It starts at 30, is it currently at 20?
That's not bad. That's not bad. I have to think on that.
It's not a terribly long game either.
Mm. Right then, Odo. Leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're going to get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute.
Oh, but hang on.
Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Hey, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't
I'm
gonna,
sure it's fine.
it ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oils and have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later.
Holding him like a gun.
Bazooka dog.
I do hope that some of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France.
Just to see.
Better not try going up those stairs at the stage here, you know.
Just thought I'd try.
If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble.
You know, since you pointed out that the acronyms fit, I just keep thinking of the Wii Fit, and I was like, oh man, the Wii Forensics Investigation Team. Okay. Now, do we go here? Nope, not yet. We're going to go look for Shams? Not here. No, not yet. Where do we go with this now? We go back to here, please. Hi again. We not done with you. Our card got snatched. Can we dig salmon someplace? Crossbow. You're the only living soul around here. I think we went everywhere, I think, didn't we? Here. So what do?
Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon.
Funny. The past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan. That's a fun word.
Yeah.
Please, Mr. Naruhodo. I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance.
What your father said in his letter about Ryutaro takedown is reserved.
Well, anyway. I'm back here in this great capital now. And ready to assist you again. In any way that I can.
Thank you, Miss Susato.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo.
That was so helpful, Susa! Thanks!
So, about that assistance.
Yeah, but that is I might like that right about now.
Is there a map we need to like pan around in to find Sholmes?
I know, that's why I'm like, I'm going to examine. He's hiding from us. His spidey senses are tingling. He knows that we're coming for him.
He knows that we're coming.
Yep. Oops, no. Hmm. I feel a bit stumped. We sent the card off with Gina. The only other thing that I can think that we need to tie up at the moment, right? There's many things to tie up, but at the moment is the Sham thing. Damn.
Oh, examine the curtain where the wax thing was supposed to be.
That's true. Are you hiding behind the curtain, Sholmes?
Oh yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you?
Sholmes clinging to the wall. The sign says it's
Screaming like a cicada.
screaming like a cicada. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. The sign says it's the Madame Testbell's special exhibit. It seems you had to pay extra to go inside.
I know. You believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well.
The old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. Really?
I'd understand that London was a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Like these people sign up for jury duty or something.
I'm following you.
They're magnetically attracted to Rinosuke.
Oh, there's a stepladder there. Look.
Yes. Stepladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone's left it out. This stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument?
That's a fun little nod. I'm sad I haven't collected all of them though. I think there's an achievement.
Right. Stepladder. Stepladder for Cusco.
Cusco stepladder.
Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act!
I know. And in case you're wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it meant to show the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Aha! We have a new theory. That's where Sholmes hangs out.
Imagine. Just click on the bathtub and he's like, rats! He found me!
He knows Naruhodo.
Ah!
The one time I didn't want you to notice me! You noticed me! Oh, I clicked on the
A
step ladder.
white statue of a man napping.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry.
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susudo takedown, then a Susudo squash, and finally a Susudo smash!
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susudo slam should finish him.
A Susudo slam?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly, and I'll demonstrate.
No. Absolutely not.
Oh. Oops. I'm gonna pull up a walkthrough. Our favorite Great Easterny walkthrough. Spoiler free. And now to scroll. Which one are we on? We're on. Gosh, I can't remember what it's called. Antaklada Kokoro. Antaklada Kokoro? Return in the Great Departed Soul. I think that sounds about right. Trial Part 1, Trial Part 2, Investigation Part 2. Herlockian. There's a trophy achievement. Alas. Oh, it seems like multiple things over the course of the game. There's a strong heart, forensics laboratory, skeleton book. Courtney. Are you kidding me? Are you? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well... one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
But 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for?
I was sit up. That was our missing link. We went through so many other things and we're like, oh yes, we must do this now. That was our missing link from the very beginning. It said, talk to Strongheart, come here, talk to Courtney. And I'm like, shit. What are you doing?
Ah. Sorry, we had something I wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to people. That's acceptable to people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Esmond's body, I mean.
So we came to ask about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. But the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent. I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
Let's talk.
Sometimes these attorney investigations really are rough. Yeah. You are. I will say, Chronicle's done a better job than Trilogy. They definitely learned how to make things flow a little bit better, but there are times where it's just like, what the fuck am I missing?
And that's why you should play it right versus waiting. Because the investigation phase is puzzles.
I would like puzzles.
So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odiasman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower. Were without question, one and the same person. That's the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
How can you determine that?
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true. But sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person.
How? Oh.
The fingerprints at the scene made that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
You might know them better by skin prints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as investigative aid, as a matter of course.
Oh my. But that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is possible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more a mystery.
Oh.
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And she just called the doctor Mama.
The scrunkly child.
That can apply to so many characters with you and Arya.
Oh my gosh, these words. These words that I don't understand, and I don't know if I'll ever understand.
This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh,
Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer.
Mama,
Yes.
can I cut this one off?
What?
I've never seen inside a Nurse Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Same.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
boring.
Okay, it's a part of the mask I have to say. I'm like, she's got a, a unfortunate forehead. That is her hairline, but I don't think it's her hairline.
Hmm. I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear. Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Don't say that. And let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We can just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Trevor.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Shams at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Imagine. It just shows up. She's like, "Ah, Miss Susato, you're here! How brilliant! This is blah blah blah." She's just like, "Yes, it's so great to see you, Shams.
Now, speak! Why did you lie to us, or I'm going to cease to take down you?
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Cuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit, even though he hasn't been there all day.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual adventure.
Hello."
If the daughter had showed up first, he might have been dead.
I'm sorry, what?
If the daughter showed up first, he might have been dead. Since the mom wouldn't have been there to stop her from cutting you up.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I was just say if I was just thinking, I was like, who would be dead if the daughter showed up? I'm like, I know that the daughter obviously has some violent tendencies. I was brain. Yeah. Thanks, Julia Drophy, for saving us.
23rd October, Madame Tespil's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again, the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to this place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
The sweets in London are so much different than in Japan. I'm dying to have some.
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruto. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Looks exactly like Mr. Shams down to the very last detail.
Huh.
There's our man.
What is it?
Oh, sorry, I think you'll find... That's the temporary waxwork himself.
Hey, Susato, did you know they're making these new modern waxworks?
Modern waxworks?
Yeah, modern waxworks. You can go up and tickle them, and they'll laugh. Oh no. Oh no. How do I approach?
Baguette.
I don't know if that's a good tuning phrase.
No, probably not.
Probably not.
The friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is another. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned.
Oh my god! Sorry. the moth decided to come over here and scare me.
Oh.
Oh, where'd it go? I don't even know where it went. Yeah, moth.
Sholmes is like that guy from Bungo Stray Dogs. His power activates when he's hungry.
Hey, Kenji! Dude. It's a mix of Kenji and Rumple.
Yeah.
Mm.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Because Rampo's actually smart.
Kenji's got his own wisdom. In
No, I
his
meant
own way.
compared to Sholmes.
Oh, okay. I was saying, I'm like, don't bring Kenji into this. Poor baby. The good boy.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb, huh?
Of course, Suzuto-san. She looks very perplexed.
Hi, Necro. Welcome in. She's less unhinged than some others, you're correct. She just started to melt people into hot wax, but that is true. That is true. Once I can get into her voice, I like attempting her voice. If someone in our circle says that's my wife husband, it's a warning sign, damn. I feel like I do such. I feel like I picked decent ones.
You don't normally refer to characters as your husband, though,
That's
do you?
true. That's true. I don't usually refer, like, I'll say, like, oh yeah, that character might be a husbando, but it's not necessarily like, oh, my husband. If anything, there's more characters that'd be like, oh, my son.
My boy.
My boy. That's true, though.
I feel like that's sort of my leaning. I don't do it often, but I'll either go, ah, yes, my sweet baby, or my boy.
Every once in a while, I'll do, like, ah, my son. But other than that, boy, Kratos. But you're right. I don't refer to characters as my husbands usually.
Yeah.
I'll be like, oh, that's my guy. My favorite right there. I'll use other words, but I won't say husband. That's true. That's true. Okay. I refer
See, you're not referring to Michi as your wife, though, so it's okay. In this context.
You know,
So-
I sure hope, even if someone did mention me in context as being their wife, that I wouldn't be the topic of oof. Like,
Ah, yes, well-known problematic fave, Michi.
yep, that's me.
We really need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Oh my god. Is he okay? I was gonna say, is he prepping for a punch, or is he about to start doing the Macarena? Like, should I jump into a room and start beating people in game? In game, I tried my best to be passive. I feel like when I say someone's my wife, it's a 50-50 shot between absolute sweetheart and a war criminal. Oh my gosh. Aren't those mutually exclusive? Oh my gosh. My goodness.
I know a thing or two about people fawning over fictional men. I have to voice all the ones that Arya falls for.
Yeah,
It will happen again.
it will happen again.
Tune in to Final Fantasy XIV.
You know?
I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
I'm trying to think. With Ace Attorney, you did Phoenix and Edgeworth, didn't you?
Yes.
Hmm.
Because you were Maya? Mia?
I
always
was
get them
Maya.
mixed up.
Yes, Maya. I was Mia
I
for
was
a
Mia
short
at
stint.
first.
You were Mia at first, and I was Mia for a short stint when she would randomly appear. Right, I was like, it's been so long since we've done the trilogy that I'm just like, oh, what did we do again? I'm just thinking, I'm like, I don't think, like, there's characters that I like and stuff. Like, Edgeworth is probably my favorite character from the original trilogy, but, like, he's not a character that I fawn over necessarily. It's more of just, like, truly in its core being like, oh, yes, I think this character's neat. I like this character. Like, favorite character right there.
I'm not saying that I voice characters that you fawn over. It always just
No,
happens to be that I would like if we have a group of people voicing stuff for like something like Final Fantasy 14,
yeah.
it will somehow happen to land purely by coincidence, I'm sure, that I'm the one that voices whatever character that she is like head over heels for, with like one exception.
Yeah. I know, I was just dwelling on myself thinking, like, has Soph voiced any? And I'm like, no, because I'm voicing Van Sykes. So I don't think you voiced a character that I'm like, that one. Yeah, it's Sholmes in the back doing his warm-ups. Oh, what? What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world famous great detective and waxwork, Bullock Sholmes.
I take it back. You voiced Cosima. But the jury's out on Cosmo at the moment because I'm not sure what's going on with him.
He's spoken for.
He's spoken for.
I feel like the rule doesn't work as well with our streams because I'm going to voice pretty much all the male characters.
For the most part, yeah. It's
So
true.
if you have like any inkling toward a given male character,
It's probably going to be voiced by you.
I mean, yeah, by definition.
Mm.
Whereas if it's like Final Fantasy, there are particular characters. I'm like, Arya, would you like me to be this guy for you? She's like, yeah.
Yep. Famous detective and waxwork. Man, Naruto-san. You really weren't kidding about these modern-day waxwork.
Susudo-san, Susudo-san.
You scared the bejeebers out of her.
And he's dead. My most humble apologies. Your neck really looks fucked up, buddy.
I thought I'd died and gone to the eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madam, I'm going to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
Via confectionery?
Yes. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand? The case is largely solved now.
Largely solved.
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume.
Okay, this might be... Okay, no, it's not wild. Ace Attorney's wild. But... Do you remember when they first started talking about the waxworks that she creates the waxworks so lifelike because she's like there with their dead body when they die? What if... Maybe I'm thinking this. Anyway, my brain was thinking, what if she took the fingerprint of someone on the waxwork, and thus the waxwork could leave fingerprints in multiple locations? I don't know. Maybe something along those lines, because I'm like, this feels too strange to be by itself, right?
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Hey, you head back.
Just sort of like, can I eat
All
it?
the best. Yeah. Proverbially. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. Keels over. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. But how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
So called.
Oh, yes. It's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Between you and I, it would appear that whoever was intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
The fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspills at any cost. The hungry young heiress awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor heiress. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
With some business with you. Talk about Drebber first, though.
I'm in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drubber. He's a swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of sage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? Send a dog after it. I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
All right now.
Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
When? About what?
Constantly. Which time? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery. And discover what events led to the curious murder.
You told us that it was murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And we analyzed the problem. We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi. I'm quite sure.
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment.
Don't brush under the rug, Sholmes.
The fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewmen present at the time had made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Follow and court. You'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. Haven't we been there for a while?
Yeah.
For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say.
That's not very helpful.
I mean, you should be used to that by now. Lord Yasmin. Yes, a fearsome adversary. What? You mean you fought him? Step 1. Discombobulate. Oates infiltrated his criminal organization in order to investigate the man and his activities. But he saw through my disguise instantly.
Did you just put on a fake mustache?
Probably. I still remember what the man said to me now.
Ah, what a terrible disguise, Mr. Sholmes.
Your mustache isn't fooling anyone. What was it?
It's not even the right hair color.
That happens, though. My brother's got brown hair, a reddish beard, and a blonde mustache.
Huh.
Yep. Yep. Whoever saw such a tall old lady? Old lady? Indeed. But my special disguise hasn't seen the light of day again since that humiliation. Mrs. Minicle is retired. Mrs. Minicle? I would give my right arm to see that.
Oh dear.
Trapper?
Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes?
You've caught his attention.
Ah, yes, forgive me.
Bitch.
Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it?
Cease showing me the evidence you have on hand. I am very uncomfortable.
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Is it Trevor? Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings? That's a special, one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Not for 5 shillings.
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
Price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
He can't use his words, so he's gonna use his bravado to show you what he's done to talk about what you just shown him.
Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness.
That's
So, silliness.
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a very hard one, Mr. Sholmes.
I can never tell with you. That's the point. Unless you look dead inside.
Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Did those heavy curtains will last?
You know, I think this might be a good stopping point, to be honest. So we can see what we just talked about. We have the curtains awaiting us. Cliffhanger. What a good stopping point, because I feel like we'll be opening another
What could it be?
can of worms, right? I know. Who could it be? Who's behind these curtains? We will have to find out next time. It's Chai?
Next on Dragon Ball Z.
Is it Chai behind the curtain, salivating over her scrunklies?
It's just Apollo.
It's just poor Apollo. Eyeballs. Maybe it is. I know. We'll have to wait till next week. We'll have to tune in next week and see who's behind the curtain. It's a murder bun? Is it Arya? Maybe Arya's behind the curtain.
Yep.
Who knows? So many things that it could be. Okay, let's see.
Speaking of,
Speaking of,
she's streaming 14 right now.
she's streaming. I was just going to look at that. See who's online.
She's also been up for 6 hours, so let's see.
I don't know how much more she's doing.
I know that's I'm tuning in so I don't raid into a raid.
She's doing her dailies in 14, and I think she just started doing them because she was playing Cinderella Phenomenon up until very recently.
Yep.
So she might have a bit yet to go.
Okay. And we can see about raiding under her. Do that. What's that? So I can see chat here. Ari's behind the curtain hiding from spoilers. Indeed. Indeed, perhaps she is. So yes! Let's go ahead and see if we can cap it off here for tonight. I'm still very rusty when it comes back to streaming. I was off for way too long. I'm not in the habit anymore. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight with Soph and I. And thank you, Soph, for coming to hang out with me. And do all the funny voices. Always a great time to do this. Need this dude button here. But yeah, so I don't have a schedule out this week because I've been very busy and bad and didn't put out a schedule. We may do something this weekend. We may not. I don't know. We shall see. So I'll try to put an announcement out there. I totally forgot to put an announcement out there today. But I'll try to put an announcement out there, which you can see on the Discord that Asfar lovingly has linked into the chat. Or you can also follow me on Twitter too. I usually, whenever I do make a schedule, it gets posted and pinned there, and as well as going live tweets. Or you can follow and get the notifications here from Twitch and itself. So many ways you can find when I'm going to stream. But yeah, I may stream this weekend. I'll see about getting a schedule put together for next week, and try to have that posted by the beginning of the week. And yeah, do that. Thank you for the stream. Thank you everyone for coming. It was so great to have you. I love having everybody in the chat and just seeing the chatter. And Ace Attorney is one of my favorite series, so it's great to be able to have other people that also enjoy it too, to be able to experience it with, you know, and to have a good conversation. But yeah,
I have to tune in to see what unhinged shit we're gonna say that week.
right, exactly. Our Ace Attorney. Oh my God, as for her, no. Oh my gosh. But yeah, you've got to tune in every week because we have the most unique Ace Attorney streams on the platform. Hands down. Definitely guarantee it. Ace Attorneys are anything but Ace. But yes, so we're gonna get your schedule out. Thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. What else did I talk about? Talked about the Discord, talked about the Twitter, talked about schedule maybe, the streams. I guess it would just go straight to raid, I guess, yeah? I'll remember this time. I'm not gonna spell raid with an E tonight, I promise.
Raid.
What?
Raid.
Raid. Oh gosh, what's my other command? Is it raid 2? It is raid 2. Oh
Yes.
gosh, okay. I see, I'm so rusty, I've forgotten. Yes, please! Collect your raid message, whichever is applicable for you. The first one is for followers, the second one is for subscribers. So feel free to grab whichever one works for you. We are going to raid out to Arya, who is playing, you said Final Fantasy 14, I think? Unless Final Fantasy 14. Do grab her right here. Yes, indeed. So we are going to raid out to Arya, so let's give her all of our love. And wrap it down. Wrap it down here for tonight. Wrap it up here for tonight. We're shutting down, wrapping up for tonight. So, thank you again, everyone, for coming to hang out. I hope... the amount of hot men in this series is 14, is it? I have no clue. Anyway, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. I can't think about this and go on another tangent. So, thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. This is Michio signing off. I hope you guys have a great night and get some good rest. And until next time, I shall see you guys later. Good night.